Okay, I think I got this set up. Hello everyone, how are you guys doing today? Oh, I can hear my stream. Hang on a sec. Alright. Should be fixed now. Hello everyone, how are you guys doing? Stream go burr, huh? Alright. I guess let's go ahead and get started, shall we? Alright. So there's obviously the flaw with the intro. We all know I meant to say on an island, but I'm pretty sure we all know what I meant. So, hopefully that shouldn't be a big deal, especially since I made that mistake through a bunch of episodes. As you can see in my skits here, I had intended originally to keep things pretty simple. Just a little something straight to the point, maybe a little bit humorous. But oh, it is too loud? Okay, let me see something real quick then. How's this? Any better? Is any better? Excellent. Blah blah blah, we know about the error I had in the intro scene. I fixed that in much later episodes. Much later than I would have liked, so that error kind of stuck around a while. But we all know that I meant on an island where reality was falling apart. Anyways, as you can tell from the simplicity of the design here, I had intended on this being a series with short, straight-to-the-point skits, maybe a little bit of storyline, just kind of an excuse plot. Oh right, I remember this. When I had loaded into the game for this, I had loaded in so late that it opened with the explosion. Yeah, whenever I walk out here during an INDNI mission, I can't see anything. With the filters, you're lucky to see anything. But in-game, you wish you had a flashlight to start with. Speaking of flashlight, there's one thing I do not have to start with. I had actually forgotten that thing was there when I had started recording these missions. It should have been obvious given that I had done this so often back when IL-8 was a thing. But once you start playing IL+, you know that's when you gotta start worrying about that flashlight. Oh no, the monster was aggressive during the day. Oh, horror. Just like with my solo hangar and solo orbit videos, I tried to keep some parts of the video informative, like the land being able to block Stan off. Even the houses could help. Yeah, IL-8 is still technically a thing, but it's not played quite as often anymore. Ivory Hunter moment. Oh, come on, we all know why Ivory Hunter's speaking to his conscience. I mean, there's a reason I have the witness. Someone had to die for that. Yeah, I don't recommend trying that tactic. It nearly got me killed, as you can see. Since I had forgotten the flashlight, I had to look for stuff that could hold Stan off. Yeah, I could kind of see that. Like a book with illustrations. Moving illustrations. Yeah, I don't recommend going this path without a light. I was lucky that I was not too far away from possible cover and light sources. So I was able to move to a place where I could conveniently hide from Stan or otherwise not be at risk of dying too quickly. Hello there, Elite Chris. Yeah, FYI, don't try using laser pointers on Stan. I'm pretty confident they don't work. No, this is not pre-recorded. This is all live. Yeah, what timing for the torch to be handy right there. Yeah, added early winter is kind of a bit of flavor for the missions. But in reality, if you were trying to swim in this water, you would die pretty quickly. From what little I've heard, that freezing water really sucks the energy out of you. What I probably should have done in this run, given how things went, I probably should have used the items to kind of guide me along toward the plane, since I had no clue where I was going once the night had fallen. Oh yeah, there you go. That's what INDNI stands for. Yeah, imagine trying to make your way through this. I was lucky the laser pointer had worked just well enough to help me find the shed. Funny stand moment. Anyways, this is where I probably should have considered using the items to help guide my way to the plane and back. That way, I probably could have gotten off the island before it became too late to fly off. Ah yes, forgetting where the path is so fun. This is where I decided to go back for the plane wheel. But of course, instead of the plane shed, I found the plane. Not terrible, especially since escape seats can protect you, but, you know, it's not that useful when albino's directly on top of you. But I kind of used him as my marker here to go to the shed. That way I had some kind of guidepost to make my way to the shed and back. Unfortunately, once the plane was ready, it was too dark. There was a time where Peel and I had beaten Hanger in 2 days. I have a video on that. We were barely able to take off before it was too late. At this point, it was just a matter of finding somewhere safe to sleep. Because I didn't want to get ambushed by Stan during the night. Nor did I really want albino on top of me when I woke up. At first, I had no clue the escape seats protected me from albino, aka Ivory Hunter. Now here I could have just gotten back in the plane seat and taken off had I known, but I did not know. I had no clue. And considering how the day 6 fail went, If Albino could kill me in escape seats, you'd have probably seen Albino put an end to me much sooner, and I would have had to restart this run. And what an embarrassing way to fail the run, you know? But no, escape seats protect you. Back to simple skits at the beginning and the end of the episode. Ah yes, cliffhanger moment right here. I couldn't find a better name for the arcade game than Tony Mode Simulator. Anyways, classic credits here. I think we've seen this enough times, haven't we? Yeah. I'm just gonna make sure really quick. There we go. Alright. Yes, I am reacting to every INDNI mission right now. Raggy, raggy, ragdoll time. Ruh-roh. Ruh-roh, raggy. Ruh-roh, raggy. My Scooby imitation is that great. I won't lie. I'm not sure the chief really has a preference. Yeah, the sequel series is going to have the modifier pack 1 challenge stuff. I was at least smart enough to look for items here, back when I still forgot that there was a flashlight on the side of the boat. Always the left side, the port side. When I saw that flashlight, that is when I realized that I had forgotten about that flashlight, and that I needed to use that thing more often. I had considered the possibility of using the winter event thing, but I'm not exactly all that interested in making an entire series just for that modifier. Yeah, I appreciate this little addition to the caves in Aisle 9. Really convenient for getting around. And for getting a card. Yeah, I had difficulty making decisions here. I could turn the flashlight around to see where things were. Oh look, it's albino. Yeah, I had taken that rifle thinking I would later get an ammunition crate and refill it. But at any rate, it was a gun with a flashlight, and so I figured it'd be useful. Yeah, I was still trying to get my feel for the island with all the darkness and fog and all that. At least being near the cove, I was able to find the ship more easily. I probably took more time on the ship than I really needed to. All I really had to do was just open that thing up and pick up one of the decoy modules and run for the warehouses. Yeah, right here I probably should have just gone for the warehouses straight away. Had I done that, I would not have had to worry about having enough ammo to... having a strong enough weapon to deal with Stan should I have gotten into a night encounter. And heck, when I dropped the flashlight later in the video, the battle rifle, once I loaded it, would have actually protected me. The suppressed rifle, on the other hand... Oh right, I forgot I had dropped the lantern, thinking that the light from the lantern would ward off Stan. It did not. And that's when I had to use the suppressed rifle. Of course, I had to add a little flavor text for the pig's house. I really love my music choice for some of these, I won't lie. Gotta love how I find the wrong warehouse first. And you know, I don't even have to face Stan with the flashlight on. If Stan gets too close while your flashlight is on, it scares him away. Pardon me, epic sneeze moment. No, I didn't die, but I had to kill the mic for a moment. Okay. During the designing of the videos for these missions, back when I wanted a simplistic design, I did kind of have an idea for a bigger story that I had attempted to implement. And you could start seeing some of that even during episode 1, where I tried to go into the lore for what happened in the simulation. I had originally planned on telling everything from Agent Illusion's point of view. Pardon the background noise, sneaky flamingo. Yeah, this is where I thought the lantern on the ground would protect me. It did not. Welcome, Strong Camp. Yeah, I probably should have taken the lantern. It would have guaranteed protection. And the mercenaries were nowhere near being a threat, considering the fog and the darkness and all that. But then, when you're already in the middle of a challenging scenario, the paranoia does kind of get to you, especially during your first time. I'm sure anyone attempting these missions themselves could relate. Yeah, that acid will kill you pretty quickly. I just recommend bringing a climbing tool and maybe a healing spray or a med kit. That should be enough to get you through the obby alright. I like this part of the episode, I won't lie. Yeah, let's see that again. And so I descended the slope, and the beach house was in plain sight, as was the monster. I just love that part, I won't lie. Now, for those wondering why the boat is going so slowly, let's just say I think the server was bad. Couldn't keep up with everything. Whenever you set up the plane or the boat, frog spawns will appear near the escape means that you've set up. Part of me had begun to wonder if the sea monster was going to kill the boat as well as the decoy module. But I'm pretty sure this ending was scripted. so I don't think I have to worry about the sea monster at all. You remember what I said about trying to make the story a little bigger? I let the original thing go flop, just a little. I always have to set the quality I want. YouTube just decides to be inconvenient and leave it at auto. I don't know why. Memories. The last things Agent Illusion remembers before waking up. And there's a light bulb on the ceiling. Oh, you're finally awake. Sorry if any of the font is a bit harder to see. I tried to fix that later for other episodes. Later you'll notice that there's a contour, basically a border around the font I use. I used that back when I used Windows Movie Maker. That way folks could actually see the text in these kinds of situations. But I was getting used to VSDC, so it was a little hard to get a handle for stuff. I'm pretty sure under normal circumstances, they would not have people who were injured try to tackle missions like this. But this is a simulation, and hardly anything is realistic. This is kind of where I started developing the bigger picture. Just a little more. All in all, I think it turned out really well, all things considered. I did have to improvise a lot, though, as I've said in community posts and all that. But still, I believe it turned out quite well. Agent Illusion, thank goodness you're alright. We've got another crisis on our hands. We need more coffee. There was still some of the simplicity in the skit setup, but I had started using Moon Animator a bit more than just simple arm movements and stuff. And yes, I got Moon Animator back when it was free. I hear it costs 800 Robux now. What's up, MI6 Unknown? Ah yes, and this is the episode where I first decide to take the flashlight from the boat instead of looking for another light source on the land. Why it black and white, you ask? Noir modifier plus a grayscale filter. Either one of those would have had the same black and white effect. Oh look, it's Stan. I'll just shine a light in his eyes. Every facility run, there's always that temptation to go straight to the lab, aka facility. Funny enough, the noir modifier does not change the color of highlighted things. Like when you're wearing experimental vision or heat vision, the colored highlights, they stay colored. They don't look gray. No shade of gray of any kind. Heh. Get it? Shade gray? The chief? Yeah, whenever I get the numbers for a facility run this time, I just use my screen clipping tool and just paste the screenshots somewhere. That way I can use it. Yeah, Cyan, I didn't really have that many places to use the character, honestly. Ah yes, I believe this is the one time I have a 5-line caption. The laser tunnel is never hard unless Ivory Hunter happens to be very close by, or you made the mistake of bringing an artifact with you. I probably could have just skipped the whole trap stuff entirely, but I figured why not keep things interesting. Now with bolt action, I probably could have taken down the turret. That's when I learned that bolt action could pierce enemies. Sniper rifle made this super easy. Yeah, all the gameplay footage you see here is pre-recorded. I had actually recorded the gameplay footage well in advance. And then I had decided to add the skits and stuff. With my simple plan, it probably could have been ready much sooner. And the 9th episode would probably have been a Halloween special. I honestly probably could have done this much faster if I had just skipped the line launcher entirely. But I figured that the line launcher would be useful as a shortcut. But I didn't want to run into the tripwire in the process of that. So, of course I disabled it. And tripped it. Here's where I made my mistake with the line launcher. Ah yes, imagine ziplining into a barrel. Yeah, night had fallen here, which made using the experimental vision goggles quite a necessity. Frog spawn takes the L here. Now, this turret can be tricky for some people. What generally works for me is to aim at the turret and then walk out. Just like that. Funny enough, I had recorded this episode before the frog spawns could have guns. Same with the truth mission. You could say the same for the feathered and balloon missions, but we don't run into frog spawns there, so they're kinda irrelevant. And this is where I first gave Ivory Hunter his voice. And also the first time Illusion spoke in a mission. And I kind of broke the fourth wall, because I could. And so from here it kind of became a thing where if Ivory Hunter got too close to Agent Illusion, and sometimes even looked at Ivory Hunter, that that Illusion would start hearing Ivory Hunter actually talk. Yeah, here I did not exactly have the props I wanted for the skit, so I just left it at a dark screen with captions. This is when I started featuring other players' avatars in my missions here. I had mainly intended them to just be extras, but I was actually able to develop some of them into their own characters, especially with a bit of help from the folks who had wanted the lore. And that's when I had decided to start the INDNI lore channel on my Discord server. Link in the description, by the way. Had to check something real quick. You'll get the chance, Sneaky Flamingo. You'll get the chance. Alright, I'm gonna just skip to the next episode. We don't need to watch the credits. And we've already seen this part of the thing. Ah yes. INDNI Arcade Wizard. In truth, it's impossible to save the scientists. Many have tried, and I even took an attempt using the donut. However, it's impossible. I had originally recorded the footage for this with my friend in the skit here. Then I had to get someone's help to record the footage I ended up using, because the original footage somehow managed to get deleted. I must say, they at least made Agent Shadow look good. Props to Aviator for that. Easy Arcade Wizard. And of course, the emergency situation happens right as the game ends. Typical. Strong Cam, if you join the Bedorkby group and go into the shooting range, you can see how much damage each gun does. Ah, yes. I had left an announcement to see who all was interested in having their avatar appear. A lot of the avatars you see, a lot of those are mine, actually. So, I had to fill in quite a lot. Oh no. Right as I was hoping I wouldn't get called up to be sent against mercenaries in these conditions of all things. I really liked the music choice for this one, I won't lie. Did I set the quality? Yes, I did. Yes, this mission is the truth. Every time I had played an INDNI mission after the boat, I always remembered the flashlight. Oh yeah, I had included a little text in certain places. Let me see if I can find it. I think I got past it. Alright. It starts about here. I noticed a strange drink there, and I was wondering how in the world I missed that. Yeah, I do get frustrated. On the one hand, it can create blooper footage that you might be able to entertain fans with, but on the other hand, you just wasted some time recording something you're not even going to use for the main thing. And you don't know whether or not you're going to use that footage ever. In general, I like to go for Artifact C first, because being aware of where I am and what items and entities are where, it's just nice to have. Now, I had thought about going by my original plan and getting Artifact B next, but under the circumstances, if I let Ivory Hunter get too fast, Facility is going to be much more difficult for me. So I take Night 1 to beat the Actually, no, I did not beat the security here. I was lucky this went pretty short. Because every time I did this mission, I had to wonder if I was going to come out of that alive. Or if Ivory Hunter would chase me around the facility before I could escape. And yeah, right there the door closed too fast. I can actually disconnect the internet for just enough time to run through that at this speed. But nah, I wanted to play this legit. Ah yes, Agent is sus. He's in the vent. He's using the vent. Agent just vented. Must be an imposter. Sus. Vote him out. Going so soon. In this run, I did not have enough time to get 3 artifacts in one day. Would have been nice, but things are things. Is the video too quiet for you, Strong Cam? Because I can turn it up ever so slightly if you want it. Personally, I feel like I could have used more of Avatar Cage's music here. Or perhaps save some of it for later episodes. His music is pretty good. You should definitely give it a listen. I actually have a... If you check my channels section, you should be able to see Avatar Cage music there. Did I kill so many people that I have no innocence left to speak of? Alright, see ya, Cyan. This is the part where I go to visit the volcano, and poor Stan decided to appear right next to a torch. Ah yes, having night vision is really good for these kinds of runs. Being able to see everything underwater, at least with a blur, and being able to have some hope of knowing where you are in the dark without a light, it really is nice to have. I decided to use a strange rock for this thing because I did not want to have to swim the way back. And this time it turned out pretty good. I was able to get to strange drink from the Grand Lake for this. But having to rely on RNG in general, just not that great. Honestly, why bother with the shield pack once you're already at this part of the cave? I don't think I ever used the shield pack from the Grand Lake, now that I think about it, in any of my missions. Most people tend to wait for the snake to pass by the open area and then make this move here. Did I really record the whole route I took to the Lotus portal? I guess I did. If you guys ever need a path to take to the portal, you guys can watch this video too. Which battle? The truth battle? You should be able to see it. And not just the full footage. But as I stepped in the portal, something seemed off. Had Tree specially scripted this moment for me? Or was Roblox being bad? I would like to think it was just some kind of special thing just for me. But then, that wouldn't be all that fun now, would it? Yeah, this is where I had learned that they had not yet updated the thing to Aisle 9 guns like they have now. And also that the modifiers have no effect on this battle. So I had to come up with a little excuse to stop using grayscale for just a moment. Epic music time. And also epic lag time. And even despite the lag, I had attempted to reach Agent 100 so that I could just waltz on over to the Darkby Discord and go, hey, I killed Agent 100, give me my badge there. But no. That was not meant to be for this round. I'm gonna get it eventually, but in the meantime, it's just fun to talk about it. The truth battle itself is really easy. At least as long as you get the right guns. I had gotten pretty far before things finally went wrong. I probably should have ended the battle rifle and the Gatling agent. A calamity is about to befall humanity. Stop dying. Why am I clicking under the agents? Because Windows Game Bar does not record my cursor correctly. This is it. This is the end. Agent died. The end. GG. Easy. Oh. He's alive. Well, how about that? Yeah, exactly. Stop having skill issue. Yeah, I recorded these with Windows Game Bar. Eventually I'm going to look for something better, but in the meantime, this works for me. This was recorded in 2022, actually, but yeah, this is kind of accurate. And now I just had to have a bit of lore to justify all the walking. I did skip at least one section in this thing. I tried using OBS before, but the frame rate was so awful. I imagine there's stuff to fix that, but I'm not gonna bother. I was kind of disappointed with the free version of OBS. Now that I think about it, I don't think I skipped any section of... Oh, there I did. There I did. For a corporation that had little to no morality or honor to speak of, they sure had good taste in design. Funny enough, the song I had used for this is really short, and I had just looped it a few times. I would have done some funny tricks here, maybe jumped on that bridge as it was extending, but I figured it just didn't feel right for this. I just played through this whole part normally. Now, in the full footage, you can watch the rest of this escape. The maze really isn't that hard. But here I just needed some footage of Agent Illusion looking at the computers. Here's where I really wanted the plot to finally be realized, if I can say that much for this. Yeah, I think this is where I really brought the plot to life here. I believe Aisle 8, or whatever update had the truth ending, started in 2019. Which I think in this case would be D4019. So, in the story, the event that... words. In the event that I get the words I want to speak, I will speak them. The events for the isle in its current state happen 300 years in the future. 3 whole centuries. And this episode, as you can see, is where I gave Ivory Hunter his name. Some call him Albino Stan, or Ghost, or Unknown. I gave him the name Ivory Hunter. Uh-oh. They messed with something they shouldn't have messed with. Guess we are witnessing the effects of what happens when Ivory Hunter uses a spell he doesn't know. I had actually slowed down the music here just so that it could be there for the whole conversation between Lotus and Mind. And this whole conversation here I had come up with, it is not canon by any means. Part of me thought about just having Agent Illusion get the anomalies, and then the answer would be, oh, just wait for day 6. But As you see, I had a different answer for that. And if you haven't seen the series yet, you'll see what I mean soon enough. Or at least sometime later. Maybe a few hours. December 5th was the custom date in this case. I didn't bother saying August or October, which I believe I was getting the episodes together and all that. August or September or October. But basically, by this point, you know Ivory Mind and Ivory Lotus have very little influence left on the simulation. I can understand why people thought that this was the end of the series here. I had done all the simple escapes, or at least all of the escapes from Aisle 8. But yeah, the way I ended this episode, I could kind of see why people thought it was the end of the series. But wait, there's more. I didn't really find the owl that big. I won't lie. Okay. I'm gonna start the episode here. This was the episode where I introduced Faustus. Agent Stolos Faustus. The bad guy of this series. Very fine kettle of fish indeed. B Corp has mercenaries just roaming around the simulation world. Yeah, I know it was very wonky posing and all that, but, you know, I made the most of what I could. Welcome back, Cyanation. I really wanted to emphasize just how mean of a character Faustus was in this scene. Not only mean, but actively trying to manipulate for information. Hello there, Agent. No, I am not saying hello to myself. Ah, it seems I've left you speechless. Do you really think B Corp paid no attention to its enemies? I hope your agents move quickly. We're about to move even faster. Agent Faustus, over and out. Looks like we're in a fine kettle of fish. How about that? In this part, I had kind of wanted to emphasize not just how confident Illusion was, or how confident I was, but also just how effective B Corp was at accomplishing things as well. Because you'll see later that B Corp had almost gotten away with the balloon. For the record, I recorded all of these solo. So, don't worry about anything indicating otherwise. You can watch the full footage for that if you need to. But my teleport destination with the rock was a little unfortunately placed. As far as the sequel is concerned for all this, I don't really plan on recording that until INDNI Part 2 comes out. That way, I'll hopefully be able to attract a more fresh audience, not to mention give myself a bit more of a break. Because not only was it stressful trying to record all those missions, it was also stressful putting the gameplay footage together. Not only that, but I also plan for there to be multiplayer missions. Of course, I classified them as a bit more than just missions. Considering how difficult the missions themselves are going to be, I decided to call them ordeals instead. The INDNI ordeals, as I like to call them. Sussy, huh? No more sus than me going into a vent. Welcome back yet again, Cyanation. The music for that one started a little early. Oh well. Yeah, trying to get on top of Rock B with the climbing tool is hard, but doable. I strongly recommend using a line launcher instead. Oh yeah, and if you do this mission yourself, try not to forget the lever to open the drain pipe. I thought I was making good time. Before I realized I had made a critical error. I forgot the lever atop Rock B. And so now I had to make that painful climb yet again. In the dark. You could imagine my pain here. And I was strongly tempted to just reset. And start over. Especially since trying to climb in the dark with the ghost so close to reaching you. I'm pretty sure most people would have given up by this point. Not only that, but I also had to worry about Stan being a problem. Because he could appear anywhere. Or at least anywhere on the surface. For this, I had to cycle counterclockwise around the rock and hope that I found the slope I needed to climb. Eventually, I made it up, as you can see, but oh hey, look at that. I can see him through the wall. Oh hey, I made it to the top. Alright. And there's the lever. Now that I had gotten the lever, I could finally get the rope on day 2. Yep, critical error recovered, and what a way to recover. I was actually kind of scared I would die here to the sea monster. The sea monster roamed Rock B at least back during Aisle 8. So, if you were swimming in that water for ever so slightly too long, munch. Personally, I think I could have just gotten into that drain pipe, grabbed the rope, and got out. No big deal. But I wanted to make sure that Ivory Hunter was not going to be a problem on my way in and out. So I got the positioning just right. Great, the voices were now repeating themselves. This is me making fun of all the... That was me making fun of all the games and shows and stuff where the villain constantly repeats submit, surrender, give up, etc. Yeah, if I recall correctly, the mercenaries could be a problem for this escape. I think they fixed that by giving the player shielding on this escape, but I can't remember for certain. And remember what I was talking about, how B-Core was also efficient? How I want to emphasize B-Core was also efficient? I see what you mean there, Agent. Yeah, I didn't remember only Tacos recording that. I just could never remember the name. Oh look, my custom-made alarm tone. My emergency siren sound, actually. My alarm clock ringtone is a bit different, but I made both those myself. Anyway. Next episode is where I put the other folks' avatars and some of my other avatars to use. Speaking of the next episode, we should probably visit it. Oh. Well, looks like I was already ahead in that episode. Give me just a moment. Yep, the feathered. When will I do face reveal? Well, good question. When will I hit 10 million subscribers and give you my elbow reveal? Anyways. This part was quite fun to put together, and I'm really glad for Agent's help in all this. Yeah, I think this is probably the quickest the quickest opening skit I have put together for one of these missions. And this is the episode where I first did skits between days. Adding Dwayne "The Rock" Johnson, huh? Well, he's already been featured in at least one of my episodes. You saw me use the strange rock. I do love forgetting where the flashlight is, even when I know that I need to get it. Ah yes, I do enjoy using the strange rock and then realizing I don't know where I am. Sneaky Flamingo, you will do that in 2 more episodes. Oh yes, I really enjoyed putting this part together. I had so much fun putting this part together in the editing process. But it seemed Monster was also interested in my lunch. A problem very quickly remedied by a flashlight. What's the hardest thing I did playing Isle? Good question. I would like to say INDNI Hangar, but the reset was also pretty tricky to pull off the way I had intended it. Oh yeah, here's another text thing for you. Give me just a moment. So, as I walk out of here, you'll notice Stan is coming after me. You remember that part I really enjoyed putting together and all that? Let's see if I can pause it at just the right time here. And there. Aw. I just cannot get the time. Oh well. But anyway. Oh? Oh, I see. Oh, I see. Thank you. There you guys go. This is what happens when you don't share your lunch with me, Agent. You become the lunch. Anyways. Time to put an end to this little chase, shall we? In a burst of anger. AKA double barrel shotgun pellets. I kind of wonder if the lights from the generator would have scared Stan off. Personally, I probably could have done without the healing spray. If I had so much as grabbed a strange root, or at least a few, that should have been enough to heal me, at least for enough hits to get through the rest of the mission. Heck, I probably didn't even need the healing, considering I had my light and weapon. Yeah, it does heal 10 HP. So while it wouldn't heal me back from a 25 damage hit, it would take 3 of them. Oh look, it's Ivory Hunter. It seemed that the sound of the rushing winds nearly drowned those voices out. What actually happened was I didn't want to bother recording I didn't want to bother editing the thing to include his voice. At least not at that section. Ah yes, me trying to figure out how to get on the shelves. Pig. Yeah, generally I don't like recording this thing, but you get a slight bit of footage here. Ah yes, and this was back when the NPCs had that annoying voice sound. Under the circumstances, I didn't want to bother with anything more than the cash note. I love seeing that monster there. Just finding itself unable to reach me. Imagine if Stan could reach me down here. This is when I had decided, you know what? Let's include a skit between days. And do the same thing for the next day. What's the status of the battlefield? We've been doing our best to push them back, but they seem almost invincible. Several of the other agents in position getting ready for another horde. We intend to provide cover fire. I just hope they realize they're not likely to come back from this alive. I truly pity these guys. They're noobs. Oh look, it's the Pulse Squad. And whatever that thing is to the right. meantime, Chief Gray trying to reason with Agent Faustus. Downfall of both agencies? Do you really think you understand what's right in front of you? We too have a team of scientists specialized in studying this stuff. You're all noobs. If anyone's biting off more than they can chew right now, it's you. Thinking that you can face off against my entire army. You can definitely see how Faustus is also kind of boastful here. As they say, pride comes before a fall. Or it goes before a fall. I can't remember which one. Anyway, you get the idea. Ah yes, one intense battle that you're only going to get a few bits of. I do enjoy ending up on the other side of the island from the observatory. I'm pretty sure that the spare drone at the hangar only appears during the hangar siege. Or at least while you're filling the plane with fuel. Whee! Ah yes, a long time spent on the line launcher. Yeah, I guess you guys have not seen the drone that appears at the hangar, have you? Monster pulls a hit and run. anyway, I've seen that spare drone appear at the hangar at least during the times I've been filling the pump. It might be an Isle Plus thing, but I have a hard time remembering for sure. Ah yes, and this is the part where I decided to describe lag in the simulation. As if some force impacting the simulation was keeping me from progressing. I had faced this before in the simulation. Fellow prisoners and I had called it lag. You can tell I had so much fun putting some of this stuff together. I think if the mercenaries had not landed before I had gone into the cave under these circumstances, I think Ivory Hunter might have had me, considering how laggy this all was. Yeah, the drone appears between the watchtower and the hangar itself. I think you get to see that in my episode 9, actually. I don't actually have to ward off any frog spawns in that episode, but I do have to fill the plane's fuel tank. Ah yes, Agent Illusion is a very despicable mortal. No wonder you're subscribed to him. Or if you aren't, you can just hit that button. Yep. Dragon time. Dragon things out. Just as this escape kind of drags on a bit longer than it should. Putting this episode together, I had no idea the dragon had a name. I'm not sure where the name came from. Maybe a lost file or something. I don't exactly know. Hardly any thanks to you, arcade boy. Hey! Of course I do, I beat these mercs 100 days straight. Piece of cake. Agent Pult! No! Are you kidding? The next time we show our faces, we're being blown to smithereens! I had fun putting this whole skit together, I won't lie. I'm his cousin Bruno, you oof. I just had to include the neck snap sound. I just had to. That one lovely sound you would never get to hear again. I'll rip another one of my avatars there. We go back to base. I'm gonna do a little trolling. And a little trolling he does. Alright, I got this. Watch. 2 enemies detected from that side. Hey, what? Too slow, agility. Stinger time. And from who? The Chief. I thought about using that model for episode 9 again, but it kinda broke and I didn't have time to ask for a replacement. Dragon time. The combination of the agency and the dragon. I don't think any mercenaries are going to be topping that. Notice how significantly fewer avatars there are. Or at least slightly fewer avatars. I had not intended either of the next 2 missions to be team missions. I had intended them to be solo. But I couldn't help but leave a little uncertainty for folks. Oh look, there's Frog. And he finally gets to speak. Cliffhanger moment. Alright. Yeah, this is the part where I realized that my college schedule was not going to allow me to release episodes as frequently. College do be like that sometimes. But anyway. This was one of the 3 episodes folks were looking forward to. This and the next episode in particular. I had designed the opening for this episode kind of based on the Zero Wing introduction. Frog practically uses the exact lines Cats does in that game. And the Chief and Intercom speak in similar... I speak in a similar fashion to the Captain and the Operator in that game. But there are some obvious differences. The Chief knows a bit better than to reply to "You're on your way to destruction" with "What you say?" Ah yes, Agent takes his turn fighting the mercenaries. Yep. Agent with a Y has already taken his turn fighting the mercenaries. Now he gets to fight the parasites. With Agent Illusion's help, mind you. You see, it just so happens that we too are under attack by these parasites. Quite ironic that they were to be turned into super soldiers. Oh, dang. We're nearly at that point already, huh? That's nice. Yep, that's right. Leech is gonna be in this thing. And yeah, I had decided not to include the bro sound or anything from the Solo Orbit video as far as Leech's voice lines go. Same idea with Hornet's voice lines from Solo Hangar. While I had thought it would have been entertaining for a bro or a why hello there Agent Illusion 73 to be in there, I kind of wanted to keep the mood. It's hopeless, sir. The mission's a bust. INDNI Hangar is impossible. Agent Illusion be like, or is it? Agent Illusion a dozen attempts later. It's possible. Yeah, this was one of the episodes I ended up having to re-record because Treeby had the brilliant idea to make Isle Plus even harder than it was already by adding frog spawns with guns. And after putting a poll up and getting folks' feedback, I had decided, you know what? I'm going to take the time to re-record this. Despite the fact that I had worked so hard to get things just right for Orbit and Hangar. Yeah, Strongcam, I'm pretty sure they removed the Tier 4 and Tier 5 guns from the randomly generated gun pool. So frog spawns can no longer come up to the pump with Tendril and Stinger, or any of the Tier 4 guns. You know, that reminds me. I want to fight Hornet with Stinger at some point. Oh. I had actually composed this track myself. I wasn't using it for anything, more just experimenting with the software I was using. And then I eventually decided, you know what? Let's use it here. It's been sitting around a few months. Why not? I really enjoy this one. It's kind of wonky around the middle, in my opinion, and near the end, but I feel like that's one of my better tracks. At any rate, I really enjoyed using this strategy with the card, where I decided to upgrade it to bypass the need for the bypass console. It made getting weapons and stuff a lot easier. Imagine trying to work with limited equipment because the RNG from the beacons had failed you. Pretty sure by the time I had started recording the reset footage, that was about the time my internet was replaced with something better, or at least a better internet. So, you'll see moments where my ping spiked pretty hard in a lot of places, at least before episode 9. Look, it's the pig again. Well, there was another little grammar error in that previous caption. Oh well. Hello there, Agent Egg. I know, right, Strongham? Oh boy. I'm just glad I didn't have to deal with that while recording this. I think this was after that patch, too. Part of me kind of feels like I went on a less emotional track for Agent Illusion as I worked on episode 9. At least until the end of the run footage. Yeah, I've seen the patch on the Bedorkby Discord already, Strongcam, but thank you. I decided to do this part with only 2 beacons, a few health boosts, and the cache. Because at least with the 2 beacons, I knew I would have enough to work with. I had no problem with going fishing here because I could just jump into the water and be clear from the monster's vicinity. I should probably call him Stan, shouldn't I? Part of me wanted to finish using the rod, but under the circumstances, it wasn't exactly all that feasible. I would let nothing stand between me and my objective. Absolutely nothing. I didn't exactly have to disable the vest in order to win this, but considering all the attempts I had taken previously to win this run, I believe disabling the vests was my best chance of winning this run, because I didn't want to have to deal with Ivory Hunter getting too close. This is the only time where I actually consume the snack. At any rate, the speed boost and the jump boost are... they're very nice to have in runs like this, where trying to go for the Mantis Pack would be a bad idea. I probably didn't need to use Artifact C, but I figured it significantly improved my odds here, as I could see things better, and to some extent, B6 can actually help you fight off the frog spawns. You see, Cyan, some people are just better at using what they've been given. Huh. I also composed this track myself, back when I was still experimenting with the music and stuff. Oh hey, remember what I said about the mistake of bringing an artifact into the facility? Oh hey, I just clipped through the ceiling. Oh no, Agent Vented. He's sus. Vote him out. "1,000 subscribers and Agent gets ejected from the Skeld." Oh yeah, trying to do this was interesting. Look at yourself. Are you not going insane running in circles? You're continuing a vicious cycle. There you go. There I go, I mean. I'm the one who put those captions together. I had only opened Gate 5 for this, because I didn't need to go through the rest of the facility to gather weapons. Plus, without the Master Bypass console or a level 4 keycard, there really isn't much point to opening Gate 1. Plus, Archives is kind of useless. It only has a map, a vest, and a healing spray. If I recall correctly. I'm just glad I was able to place down that bedroll in time. That was an absolute clutch right there. Wait. Didn't I use this? Yeah, I used this in episode 9. Huh. So there was more than one track I used twice in this whole series. How about that? Now, I had wanted to use the line launcher here, but every hunter was moving too fast for that to be doable. Oh look, B6 is fighting. spare droney from the supply drop. You would find this battle intense too if you were in my shoes, Nearvisor. Especially if, along the way, you ran into a frog spawn holding a gun. Which I'm surprised I didn't in this run. Part of me had considered re-recording this all over again, just to get a frog spawn with a gun. But I had decided, after all I had done already, I was not gonna go through that again. You know, this reminds me of the bloopers from my 2-day hangar run. Trying to face Leech, and then all of a sudden Hornet appears. And then lag. Because there are too many entities alive. I'm just glad I moved far enough away from Leech. That attack would probably have gotten me killed by Ivory Hunter. I don't think I pulled off Fortress here. I believe I pulled off Fortress easily in my previous footage, though. But that previous footage was prior to the Isle Plus update. Here I wanted to replace my drone, because I was running out of ammo. And so that's exactly what I did. And now I was able to defend the hangar. Believe drones have exactly 40. I had died in few of these attempts because of frog. Because one of those frog spawns had either taken me down or happened to have some kind of weapon on them. And to some extent, both. I remember one death I had on a zip line to Ivory Hunter because the game had thought the moment I touched the zip line start that I hadn't actually moved from that point, and then Ivory Hunter just went over that point and sniped me right there. Leech was killed by Agent B6. You didn't get to see it or hear it really, but Leech died to B6. Personally, I think if it wasn't for all the skit footage and all that, I think this episode might have been the longest. If not, barely the second longest. And now it's just a back and forth across a zipline while listening to some music. That said, consider checking out Avatar Cage's music channel. Some of his earlier tracks were kind of like mine, had a bit of an experimental element. But he has really improved his tracks since then. His two latest, Interlink and I believe he called it Dream. Those two were good ones. Really good ones. You should give those a listen. Ah yes, this part. I may expand on this part a bit more in the sequel series, but basically, this is actually Ivory Hunter protecting Agent. Loud music time. As I was saying, this is actually Ivory Hunter protecting Agent. But yeah, Lotus cool. But basically, I kind of wanted it to appear to folks that Ivory Hunter had realized that he was acting against his intended programming. Ah yes. Illusion having a moment of my life flashed right before my eyes. Ah, yes, my laugh flashed right before my eyes. Ivory Hunter's design was basically to render justice to folks who had been killing folks in the simulation. Unfortunately, after his code had been tampered with, he takes that role a bit too seriously. Now, if folks weren't dying permanently and all that as a result, you would think that would be really good for getting witness. But anyway, I think I'll expand more on the lore there a bit later. Yeah, and these little bits about the anomalies here, I give some hints as to what I'm going to do for episode 9. I figured I'd at least leave those hints, because with my college schedule, it was really hard to get these uploaded on time, especially since you guys wanted more of the character development in the skits. How did you manage to handle the frog spawns with guns? There weren't any that I could see. Then how did... Never mind. And as of episode 9, oh, they did have guns after all. Ah, yes. As if a bunch of mercenaries are going to be enough to stop a bunch of parasites. And this is where I introduce the look for Faustus, who would appear in the next 2 episodes. I'd wanted him to look a bit more intimidating than I had made him look. I think I did well for that, at least in episode 9. Personally, if I had done INDNI Hangar with the tier 4 or 5 weapons thing, I might have only barely pulled it off. In the military, a Cobra is a helicopter, and a Striker, I believe it's an armed transport vehicle. You'd have to look it up. Oh hey, we're too far ahead. Huh. You know, I'm just gonna stick with the 720 here. I see, thank you, Nervizer. Planes or helicopters? Personally, though, I feel like getting a stinger off a frog spawn would have made frog a bit too easy. I don't think the beeping would have happened targeting me unless I was immediately in range. I think the frog spawn would be targeting the pump with that, just like they would with an energy lancer, which is kind of similar to what happened in another attempt. Oh gosh, don't even bring up scope throwers. Those things are bad enough in Monkey Treehouse. Ah yes, the Echo Squad. I wanted them to look like something to be feared. Like, why would you want to go up against a guy dual-wielding shotguns? Not only that, but look at that guy with all the guns on him. Like, he's a living weapon. Why would you want to fight him? Oh yes, there are never enough eggs to crack for the omelet of your dreams. I knew that line was going to sound very weird, but I left it in there because why not? I can understand people thinking this would be the final episode after I decided not to end it at the truth episode, because this was the last escape I could pull off. I had already done the other 7. The avatar I used for Faustus was one of my own. But anyway, as far as episode 8 and 9 are concerned, eight was not intended to be the last episode because 9 badges corresponded to Island Escapist. 8 of them required escapes. 1 of them required day 6. Personally, I had originally intended on doing only 8, now that I think about it. 8 for the escapes. But then I figured having an episode where I survived all the way to day 6 was a decent idea in and of itself. I should also say this was another episode where I have skits in between days again. And episode 9, similar idea. Except there is nothing between day 5 and day 6. Just a straight transition from one day to the next. Oh, you guys are talking about the bile burn. Yeah, the frog spawns can do that if you're just running around them too much. Kinda random, though. Imagine trying to get through one of these things, like, realistically. You would not be able to see those turbines for the... You would not be able to see those turbines to save your life. Let alone be able to easily control yourself in all that water. Heck, you'd probably be dashed to bits in there. Yeah, the only time that I had stayed long enough in the giver's house to get 10 gifts was in the next episode, aka the final episode. Oh yes, I remember this. I had so much fun putting the whole sequence together where Faustus opens the door. I've managed to rig a level 9 system on this door. Faustus just reaches his hand in there and it just gets bigger somehow. Because I tried to stretch it, but apparently scaling it one dimension scales it in the other dimensions too. Sorry to hear that, Strong Cam. I hope everything's alright there. Gotta love that little dotted line I drew there. Originally, I wanted these guys to go through like an obstacle course to get to the agency through the secret tunnel. but I was running out of time. Dang. Oh yeah. You guys remember that teaser I put in the community posts? Well, you're about to see that with the captions and the Ivory Hunter's little bit of text in front of everything else. Ah yes, classic villain text. You will never win. Yeah, to you guys in the chat who feel sick, get well soon. You know what I'd like to see in the lobby? Or even in the game? A grappling hook. Kinda like a line launcher, but works instantaneously and doesn't leave a zipline. Probably limit it to a few uses so that the Mantis pack is still better. But that would be a nice way to traverse the island, you know? Everyone loves using the wings, but they don't like having to get the wings. You know, you could probably get the wings within the first 2 days of the game if you're fast enough. Oh look, there's the medic. Looks like he needs a little medical help. Oh yeah. Stan was actually shot to death. And then ditto as I met him in the night encounter. So Stan actually took the L twice in the same night. I do hate when that happens, Strongham. Oh yes. Having Ivory Hunter directly behind you. Not exactly desirable when you're trying to survive. Oh yes, talking to someone through a wall. Yeah, in the regular Isle mode, Medic has a submachine gun. In Isle Plus, he has a tactical pistol. Longer range, surprisingly accurate, kills in 4 shots. At least, if you do not have any health boost or armor on. Or actually, if you can't resist fire. Funny enough, this is the first episode of the INDNI Missions where I use a squid scooter. Ah yes, going underwater to get a drink. Excuse me from drowning for just a moment while I catch a drink. You know, frog spawns with guns are so annoying. That is why you don't let frogs spawn the frog spawns. Sup, Omicron? Part of me would think that the strange drink would have the same ingredients the strange root has. But you know, two strange roots don't stack. I once had an awful glitch happen where I had jumped into the crater to avoid Ivory Hunter. And then I found myself unable to go into a portal, let alone pick up any items. It was a nightmare. Ah yes, Leech Bro moment. Hey, watch where you're pointing the laser! Ow! Now at this point, it's just a matter of not getting caught by Ivory Hunter. Oh yes, that moment of realization when I find that I've gone too far from where I was supposed to go. In the original footage I used for this... You know what? I'll save that for later. Hello there. Did you need something? Both of these questions have very simple answers, Starling. In fact, the answers are even closer than you think. Yeah, you can tell the idea was for Faustus to create a hostage situation. And then have the Echo Squad show off once... Oh gosh. Faustus is very sus. You could almost say he was Faustus. Anyways, I had wanted the Echo Squad to show off a bit, especially the guy with all the weapons on him. But time just didn't avail. Oh yes, if I did not have the squid scooter here, I would be dead. I had wanted to try to get into the spaceship immediately, but that had its own problems. Maybe I could get there just fast enough with the squid scooter, but I ran the risk of being too slow to reach the seat before I could be protected. Yep, you got me. I'm an imposter. Yeah, I technically didn't need the flashlight because Squid Scooter has a light. But I just wasn't thinking that part through. And now that the spaceship opened up, I am completely safe in here. Look at the funny ghost try to eat me up with his big jaws, slashy claws. I had intended to include another skit here where Agent Illusion and Blue Mantis had learned the truth about the shutdown from Ivory Hunter, or actually Ivory Lotus. Who Blue Mantis would have called the Stranger, or the Sage, or something. But I was running out of time. I had to improvise a lot at this point. And so that epic fight scene I had wanted to show you, it had to be cut down to, oh look, the agents have come to the rescue. Oh, look. Blue Mantis got taken down in one shot. Armor included. B-Corps is much better armed than your agency. Yet your agency was able to repel the parasites by this morning. You expect any less from me? Now then, you shall politely hand over the anomalies. You madman. Especially this cute little one right here. How dare you? Consider him lucky. You're about to get shot, Chief. I had intended on pointing out that the Chief was wearing a ballistic vest. I have plot armor, but the Chief kinda didn't in that scenario. And this is where I used my plot armor. Dog time. Yeah, I can understand folks being disappointed with the scientist dying. But it's okay. He comes back every time the simulation resets. Or at least every time the aisle resets. This doesn't sound good. I'm most likely gonna have to kill you, Mantis. Oh yes. The dog's neck. Delta didn't actually have a banana peel. That was Agent Peel's banana peel. Peel just kind of used it to slip up one of the Echo Squad. Yeah, that sword is the sword of truth. Delta's avatar came from another player. They can speak up if they want to. And this episode lasted nearly as long as INDNI Hangar did. Time for the final episode. The one everyone was looking forward to, after I had beaten Hangar and Orbit already. And you know, I did fix that little error in my opening scene. I believe by Hangar, but it was definitely at least by Orbit. Ah yes, waiting simulator. He seemed very reluctant to assign me a mission ending in my death, and I can understand why. I mean, I beat Hangar solo, even under these conditions. I beat Orbit solo, even under these conditions. How could I possibly fail surviving to day 6? I had composed this little thing myself too. Of course, I only uploaded the main track to the SoundCloud. You know, I did a lot of reusing old skit screenshots and all that. If you guys want the alternate ending for this, that I put as a joke upload, of course you can switch over to that 5-second video really quick. I really liked the music choices I used for this one. Yeah, pretty much everything that happens within the first 3 days is basically Orbit V2. Except it ends with Exterminator instead of Orbit. Part of me is not actually sure that I burned all the bushes. But at any rate, I decided to pretend that I did. Because I wasn't going to disable Leech's vest anyway. And besides, if necessary, it gives me an excuse for a sequel, you know? I feel like I reused words a lot in my typing of the captions and all that. I'm definitely going to have to figure out how to flavor my text a little better. Polish my drafts and all that. Gotta get that shape just right. Part of me considered opening the portal to the facility, but I felt like that was more trouble than it was worth. Especially since Ivory Hunter was already going to be very fast by the time I got there. Diver badge is really easy. You just fill up 2 diving gears and let them run out of air. Just dive down deep like in the underwater volcano or something and let all your air run out there. The wide pig. You know, that pig has gotten pretty fat lately. No wonder he stretches across the entire screen. Now in the full footage, you can see that I got everything correct and answered 10 times. You know, I could probably use that to get the pig badge now that I think about it. Probably should pretty soon. Oh boy. You know, this is actually, that shot right here. This shot right here, I took from episode 3 and cropped it and reversed the image. Like, this is where the chief was running to meet Agent Illusion in episode 3, letting him know that the facility needed to be complete in 1 day. Oh yes, look at all those drones. Yeah, Cyan had asked for his new avatar to be used instead of his old. And personally, I think it looks much better too. He does kind of have an accent though. Oh look, he's dead. Just kidding. They carry freaking Gatling guns. They'll carry us out of here. Oh look, the floor is breaking even more. Oh whoops, everyone's dead now. Oh well. Okay, except maybe for Cyan. Oh, Donkey so much Shredder. Oh look, dragon to the rescue. I had intended on making the chasm much wider, so the dragon diving in there would make more sense, but I was on a time crunch. Waiting Simulator Day 2. The vast majority of the music I use is by Kevin MacLeod, by the way. And this is the second and last episode in the INDNI Missions where I use the squid scooter. Nice as it would have been to use that shield pack, it kinda has that weight problem. And on top of everything else I needed to do, having my inventory full was just gonna interfere. thought my chat was... I thought you guys knew better than that. Anyway. Squid Scooter versus Erupting Volcano. Very clear winner here. You know, riding out of an eruption with the Squid Scooter is so much fun. Heck, even without the Squid Scooter. Just going flying for a few seconds is so much fun. In the previous footage, I actually used the cash to get my speed boost, and then just did True Champion at the generators. Well, generators and jungle. You get to see an edited version of that in the INDNI TC video I posted. Yeah, there are so many ways any of these runs could go wrong. And imagine if I had just eaten the snack from the cache. That reminds me. Why are they called peanuts instead of cashews if they come from a cache? Don't I wish I had a squid scooter back during the feathered episode? I do enjoy taking advantage of the fact that I can continue the conversation despite not being in the dragon's lair. So fun. Personally, now that I think about it, I would have been safe from mercenaries under these circumstances if I had just stayed away from the light just a bit longer. see if I even took out one of the mercenaries for their weapon. Sleeping in the water is not very comfortable. Especially when it's nearly ice cold. Ah yes, the meme-faced general. If you're asking what I'm going to use against Mantis, you'll see once it gets to that point. At least the nice thing about not having to animate these skits is that they are easy to put together. I would probably have had to hire an animator or something if I wanted these animated. Not to mention voice acting would probably have been a thing. Ah yes, the two new guys, besides Cyan. Yeah, I can see that. You feel a sniper scope watching you. Takes time, requires skill, and probably might have taken me... Probably would have taken me much longer to get skits out and all that. Plus, I have received comments on how folks have wanted to see better quality builds and all that in my series and all that. But that also takes time and practice. Oh yeah, and I made the mistake of not staying silent for that conversation. Don't you just love it when you're hiding from danger and all of a sudden B6 appears out of nowhere? Part of me had considered using the Mantis remote for killing Hornet. However, Hornet was a bit too fast. So Frog ended up being the first to go. Poor Froggy, easy as ever. Even under IO+. Here I wanted to try to help Mantis fight the frog spawns, and I almost lost the entire run because I shot Mantis by mistake. But Mantis was nice and decided not to go after me. Oh yes, picking up the same shotgun again. Gotta love it when the frog spawns drop the cards. I do not actually know, Sign. As far as I can remember, I think so much as a punch set her off. Oh yes, I love watching the parasites fight the mercenaries. It's always so fun. If you ever want Mantis to die quickly, let her help you fight the mercenaries. My favorite weapon? Tactical shotgun. Always. But then, I do have to use different weapons for different circumstances. Epic dodge right there. Every islander's worst nightmare, hearing beeping. Just gotta keep Ivory Hunter away from the jungle. Just long enough for me to win the fight against Leech. Imagine Leech dying to a battle rifle. What a noob. And that is how Mantis dies right there. But of course, I don't use the wings right away, because that would get me killed. And now here, I can use the wings, because I'm a safe enough distance away. Everyone's favorite item in the game, and the fastest means of traversal. The wings. Row, Reggie. Ragdoll time. Well, look on the bright side. Droney has been the best companion through my entire playthrough of the INDNI Missions. Through and through. He is the only good companion. And yet he had to die during solo orbit. And I never did give him a ride on the spaceship. I should fix that at some point. B6 is a menace, not a companion. Ah, yes. Faustus advertising his scientists as the most competent scientists ever, and yet they're taking too long to finish one of their projects. This is probably a perfect place to insert the screen immediately turning dark. I do not understand this chat right now. Anyway, if you thought Agent Illusion was sus, these guys are now sus too. Look at these guys. You better vote them out. I think they're imposters. They're about to kill crewmates. I can't help it. My connection is bad. You know, technically we've never seen any more than 3 of these agents vent. Who knows? Maybe they're engineers. But I strongly suspect a lobby like this doesn't have so many engineers. Oh yeah, did you notice the guard on the right? Ah yes, the jump I could not make first try because the anti-cheat really loves teleporting you back because you jumped over a fence or something. You know what's funny? As I had powered the warehouse later in this video, I had accidentally turned off the hangar pump. You can see that in the full footage. Kind of an embarrassing mistake, but hey, I still got that plane fuel. But yeah, when the elites are all together like that, you can just demolish them with the Stinger. You turn a force of powerful military soldiers into one big joke. Gotta stop the grenade launcher from spinning. I probably could have taken a card sooner. But didn't think there was any item worth giving up for that. Certainly not at the time. I had originally wanted to set up the balloon escape while I was doing this, but that was an escape that would take too long. I set up the turret here because I needed a marker to indicate where the plane was, because once it turned dark and eventually I had to lose the goggles. Oh yeah, this was the teaser for episode 9. Anyway. I had to lose the goggles later in the video, if I recall correctly, and just rely on Artifact C to help me know where I was. And since entities are highlighted blue instead of yellow, I could use that to tell me where the plane was. And knowing where the plane was going to be of a huge benefit. Not only that, but it kind of helped me survive the night, at least for 2 nights. And now, I believe this right here marks the beginning. Well, after this, of course. This marks the beginning of the longest skit I have created between days. Possibly the longest skit in general, but I haven't measured the time yet. Imagine being able to see through the doors. I wonder who designed those. Yeah, I designed the doors, but Agent was pretty helpful with the rest of the build. And I ended up having to get his help to finish putting the skits together, because I was very rapidly running out of time. And I was already late by the time I got his help. I don't know why I enjoy putting Faustus's lines together so much. You're one to talk, you paper-pilfering rat. Oh, you did? My congratulations! Surely that must have been so difficult for you to find. Perhaps the agency will give an award for such tremendous efforts. I know where that exit leads you. What do you
you mean the laboratory's under attack?
I had so much fun with this. And that scientist in the background just staring in horror. Freeze just slag killed. Well, look, Cyan getting himself into trouble already. No wonder they didn't see his drone. He put it on survey. Well. I wonder who that is. And here's the final battle of the Dark Wizards yet again. And Faustus is dodging bullets. And Chief Grey is blocking a sword with a gun. Yet he can't block a punch. Oh look, Faustus cheating, using 2 weapons at once. Much like another cheater I know. And another. Oh look, the earthquake ray is about to go off again. Sir, this place is falling apart. You can tell by the blocks that are flying midair. Take this, intruder. He's escaping with us. Well, that scientist ain't escaping alive. Apparently here I forgot to update the screenshot I used for this. I intended to have Faustus laughing with his hand on his face. I guess you could say Cyan was just running away in the meantime with his new friends. And originally for that one, I kind of wanted Agent Hybrid's monster form to be wreaking havoc on the mercy. Excuse me, the guards. With the others barely making their escape. I just explained why the same screenshot got used twice, because I forgot to update it. Thumbnail moment right here. And that is how Faustus' headquarters fell. Yes, Strongham, they were very sus. And the imposters won that lobby by sabotaging the seismic stabilizers, or whatever it's called, over on Polis. Now here the pump was almost finished. So getting the jack was kind of a mandatory step there. I had prepared 3 different escapes, just in case. Oh look, clutch dodge from the Stan. From the Stan. Anyway. I prepared 3 different escape routes, because I wasn't sure I was going to be able to... wasn't quite sure I was going to be able to make it on time. If I left it at 1 escape route, I probably wouldn't have escaped fast enough. I had the marker to tell me where the plane was, but suppose I was going between the cliff plane and hangar, and suddenly I found myself at the docks on day 6. No drones were hurt in the making of this film. Absolutely none at all. You have to believe me. I forget what the march was called. This is a slightly more cinematic version of that. And now that night has fallen, we witness Sage and Illusion's final hours. Where Ivory Hunter can only give him grief. And gave plenty of it, too. Flashy screen time. The last time Illusion speaks during gameplay footage. 3.5 hours already, huh? Now, you guys have already seen the Day 6 escape on the plane, I assume. So, you probably know by now there are two means by which I can escape at this point. The wings and the toolbox. The tool bag, actually. The glitch with the tool bag is kinda annoying when you got speed boosts, but very reliable when you have no speed at all. I might have stayed behind a little longer to get the explosion to appear. As things were already, I didn't want to wait for Ivory Hunter to catch up to me. Ah yes, the storm is too strong for Agent Illusion to escape. I put the Aisle 8 Day 6 sequence here, because why not? Now this should have faded from dark to this screen. All this time and Agent Illusion thinks he's dead. What a noob. But yes, this is totally Agent Illusion ascending right now. This was a random TC with someone, well, some folks that I had helped out. They actually kind of carried, especially the one who had Artifacts A. That guy did particularly well. Oh look, it's a door. Looks like I'm off to Rulos, y'all. Later, folks. Day 7 when? Oh yes, ivory wall. No wonder he's such an obstacle to my victory. When Ivory Hunter cannot move at all. Alright, this is the real deal for the track I was talking about earlier this episode. Now that you can listen to on SoundCloud. And this is the part where Agent Illusion quits his service in the agency to live a hopefully less troublesome life. But then, considering how many folks want a sequel series, you just never know. Ah yes, he fired himself. Originally I had intended this song to have lyrics and all that, and have it appear as the credits song instead of a singular perversion. But unfortunately, I just can't sing with this microphone. And imagine all these people wanting INDNI ticket. So what am I gonna have happen? Is the helicopter just gonna crash? And Agent Illusion just walks up to the chief and says he needs a train? I like trains. Anyways, I'm not gonna bother with INDNI ticket. I might do something else regarding that, but not gonna do INDNI ticket. Oh yeah, I thought giving the chief a cup of coffee was a nice touch. Well, we just reached the end of the episode, so see ya, Strongham. thin. Because of course there's room for a sequel. Anyways, thanks for staying around for the commentary. Feel free to leave a like and subscribe if you haven't already. And hopefully, with this new year, speaking of which, Happy New Year. Hopefully we'll see Isle 9 Part 2 come out, and with that there should be more exciting content on the way. Alright, gonna end the stream here. Thanks for watching, and see y'all next time.